Hello.
Hi, Shoaib.
Hey guys.
Good, good morning, Shoaib.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Yeah, not too
Yeah,
bad.
catching up with the stuff.
Okay, okay, cool. I sent you the slides,
Yeah,
Amir.
thanks, received. Yeah, well
But
received. Many thanks.
no worries. I will run the slides from my side. Yeah,
Okay,
because I just have some minor, readjustments of slides in the morning. So, but just in case, I can also send the latest one to you. Okay.
okay, sure.
So I remember you sent a different link for the speakers to join. This is the same link, right? So
The
we are
same
at
link,
the
yes.
okay.
Yes.
We are the correct. Okay, cool. Thank you.
We wait a few minutes more before starting.
Okay, guys. Okay, now.
Yep, we can hear you, Antonio.
Okay. No, but I was worried because that doesn't allow me to have audio and neither video. So I thought it was a different link.
Okay, maybe you can start. Yes.
Yep, so welcome everyone today to our webinar on architecting trust in 6G, technical insights from SNS JU projects. Today we have 7 different projects here with the iTrust 6G project, Privateer, Confidential 6G, Safe 6G, the Horse project, Network, the Mayor project, and Rigorous. For this webinar,
We lost your voice.
You're muted.
sorry. Yeah, so a few housekeeping rules to start off with. The webinar will be recorded, and by staying in the session, you consent to the recording. Please post all questions in the chat, and I'll collect them and gather them for the Q&A session at the end. Microphones will remain muted during presentations to just avoid some background noise. Feel free to use the chats, the comments, any links, or any reflections you have on the discussions happening today. The slides will be shared and the recording will be shared. And please have your name in the chat as your full name and your affiliation so we can have easier ways to communicate with each other. Any technical issues, please reach out to myself or Mia. And with timekeeping today, I'm going to be quite strict and I may cut off a few talks if we're running a bit late, but I will warn speakers that when you've got about a minute left. So yeah, I will pass over to Mia now to introduce the webinar.
All right, many thanks, Chris, and good morning and welcome to all attendees to this very interesting webinar. Just as an opening and introduction and basically providing some context and purpose of the webinar, I would like to mention that this webinar is a direct follow-up to our highly attended workshop, which we organized in the last EUCNC in June in Poznan. The workshop revealed a shared set of challenges across multiple SNS projects on security orchestration, trust inference, privacy-preserving architectures, CTI integration, AI-driven threat prediction, and multi-domain security management, and also other topics as well. It was a very interesting workshop, and it was well received by attendees. 8 SNS JU projects participated in this workshop. These projects are actively advancing complementary technical capabilities for trustworthy 6G networks. And today's session aims to showcase the concrete technical progress we've had from the workshop, our workshop in June. The projects who will present in this webinar will discuss their proposed architectures, prototypes, validation results, lesson learned, and hopefully more. Our goal is to build a cohesive view of how Europe is shaping a secure by design, AI native, privacy enhanced, and resilient 6G network. And so why trustworthiness matters for 6G? Trustworthiness is emerging as a fundamental requirement for 6G that spans from security, safety, privacy, reliability, resilience, and explainability. Increasing adoption of AI native functions in the RAN, core, service layers, and management planes introduces significant vulnerabilities, but also opportunities for adaptive defense. 6G, as we know, will operate across multi-stakeholders, multi-domain, cross-border environments, and this makes distributed trust and federated governance essential. Threats are becoming more complex. Supply chain attacks, jamming, AI poisoning, misconfiguration of, at scale, inside attacks, and cross-domain cascading failures are examples of that contribute to this complexity. The SNS projects represent a unique European effort to address these issues holistically, combining cloud-native design, confidential computing, digital twins, secure orchestration, trust metrics, and CTI-enhanced automation. In this webinar, we aim to connect dots and highlight synergies, gaps, and opportunities for joint research and standardization. And I hope this very rich agenda that we have prepared for you can attract your attention. I repeat that the webinar is recorded, and the recording will be available after the webinar. Having a look at the webinar agenda, after this introduction and opening by myself, we will continue with the presentation from Rigorous Projects by Professor Antonio Scarmetta from University of Murcia, who is a Rigorous coordinator and also his 6GIA Security Working Group Chair. Then we have a presentation from iTrust 6G on dynamic and context-aware trust modeling, to be presented by Dr. Shoaib Siddiqui from I2CAD, who is iTrust 6G Technical Manager. The privateer presentation will be presented by Dr. Georgios Garkidis from Space Hellas, who is privateer coordinator, followed by the presentation from HORSE project by Professor Fabrizio Granelli from CNIT, who is HORSE coordinator. We hope to be on time for the coffee break at 11:30. The presentation to be continued after a short break of 10 minutes at 11:40, starting by the presentation from MARE project by Professor Javier Masip from UPC, who is MARE's technical manager. Then a presentation by a confidential 6G project by Mr. Danko Miladinovic from Ultraviolet as a confidential 6G partner, followed up by a Safe 6G presentation to be presented by Dr. Harilaus Komaras from Democritus, who is Safe 6G technical manager. And then we have finally, as the last presenter, presentation from a network project by Dr. Evangelos Kopsachelis from CERT on behalf of Network Deputy Coordinator and Technical Manager, Dr. Antonios Lalas. So as you see, we have a very rich agenda with several distinguished speakers today, and I hope everyone can enjoy today's session. Thank you very much, and without any further ado, I'll invite you to the webinar today.
Yeah, so shall we hand over to Antonio? If you want to share your screen, we can get started.
Yep, I will do it. The only thing is you need to allow me to share, because I have not have
Yep.
option. No, risk. The issue is that I have not available the sharing option, so you need to allow me.
Okay. Yep, it should be fine.
Okay, yes, perfect. Now it's okay. Good, thanks. So let me take the presentation. Okay, hope you can see it now.
Yep, it's all good.
Good, perfectly. Okay, so many thanks for the organization of this webinar. I think also Mir You did a quite nice job, no, during the UCNC. So now the issue that we can continue with this, I think, is quite relevant. So let me go directly to the presentation. In the case of the project of Rigorous, as you can see here, is as several of the other projects. We are mostly finishing this month, so we are really at the end. So here I will try to show a little bit more on the final result that we already obtained based on the evolution of the project. And in this case, just to not overlap with other, I try to focalize basically on one of the key part that is related to our project, that is the idea of the DevSecOps and how DevSecOps can be applied in the case of provision of security service in feeder networks. So that's why we call it from specification to operational security management. That is basically, I think, the key part that we already have envisioned as part of Rigorous. So Rigorous, just to, I mean, I'm not going to repeat and present you Rigorous, basically, but just you have to understand the vision, no, and why some of the results you will see later are quite aligned with what was originally being conceived as part of the project. As I already said, we want to focalize on the idea of the DevSecOps, so how to facilitate that new services, when they are being designed by third party, by service provider, etc., we can collect from the beginning the specification that from the security and privacy aspect, what you can see here on the green, if you like, layer, that so that we can onboard all this specification when we are doing the integration of the service. We are onboarding the service, we are bootstrapping the different components that need to be used in order to manage the service, and how later this can be enforced over the different domains, as you can see here, over the different kind of infrastructure that we can have in the future in different networks. And more important than this is not only just to live there, but also to manage the continued life cycle that different services will have in the future regarding to the security. So to be able to identify if the systems, the service are being deployed in the right way, how they are behaving, if there's any abnormal behavior that can happen because or an attack or a change of the configuration, and based on this being able to, in some case, react in an efficient way and in a dynamic way to the situation, and in other case try to understand and learn from the previous experience in order to create new strategies, new mitigation actions that can be applied in order to support the future similar situation that can happen there. So basically, as you can see here, and you will see later, we have a collection of enablers that in some sense are supporting different phases from the design to the onboarding, to the enforcement, to the monitoring, and to the reaction part that we can have over the management of this full life cycle of the future network service in that sense. This already has been instantiated over an architecture. Here you can see basically that there are several pieces in our architecture. Different, what you can see more or less on the different boxes are what we call enablers in that sense, that are covering since the design phase, that's what you can see on the green side, to the orchestration layer, that is basically the one in charge of the onboarding, monitoring, and taking into account the actions that need to be dynamically adapted over the different domains. And then different blocks that you can see here, either on the monitoring analytics, in order to identify different abnormal behavior that can become part of the future decisions, or just to understand what is the situation, how to provide a reaction to this kind of situation, how this information can be collected also from external world through the CTI, so that we can increase the knowledge that we have about this situation. And also you can see another block that is what we call reaction, that is more connected to the idea to understand or analyze more what is happening. And based on this, for example, we have components regarding digital twin of the whole system, in order to prepare adaptation of our mitigation strategy based on the execution of the lifecycle management that already we are providing through this architecture. So important thing is a little bit what I mentioned here is that at the end, what we are creating different flows. I showed you one of them, that is what we call the proactive. That is the one that is basically go from the specification to the onboarding, the identification of the intents that are going to be related to the security management because of the specification or related to the specification, so that this intent can be later be defined on the end-to-end scenario. And then when we have this intent that are being to identify what are the security policies that need to be applied based on the initial specification, how these are being enforced, as you can see here, over the different domains, taking into account the capability of each of these domains. You will see later one of the components is in charge of doing this adaptation based on this. Plus, as you can see here, with the possibility also to understand, based on these actions that are already being taken, what can be the future learning process or adaptation that can be carried out based on the consequence of this enforcement, so that we can, in case of changes in the future, being able to readapt basically the kind of strategy that we are going to apply in order to go from the specification to the deployment and enforcement process. Important thing that here, what we already have tried to use in all the scenario is go open in different aspects, so not only open source by some of the components, open data, because we have already uploaded on the repository of the SNS several data sets that we already generated, but also to try to use several open APIs that we already can be integrated on the architecture, so that we can relay on the work being done for supporting this kind of services. That's here you can see some of them. For example, you will see the next that we are using for the specification on the boarding, ATM forum specification linked to what the OpenSlice is doing. For the accessing to the information of the network, we're using the network specific function. And in other case, we have extended some API for the data programmability, or we have used, for example, for the monitoring and data analytics solution based on WDAF. As I already said, I will try to show you different pieces so that you can see more or less the flow that I already mentioned. So the first important component is basically the one that is allow us to provide the onboarded specification. We call a centric privacy aware specification, where we basically have used and extend what already has been specified in other projects, like as already mentioned, the using NetC and OpenSlice and OSM, so that we can specify the northbound interfaces for the orchestration and the management functionality by the provision of a specification of the security and privacy requirement that the user is expecting to be fulfilled by the infrastructure, by the network, when this service is being onboarded in that sense. Associated to that, we have created also some kind of additional tool, like the private guide tool and the privacy quantifier, that basically allow to generate a kind of manifest of the privacy aspect of the service, so that later we are able to monitor how these privacy aspects are being compliant, and we are able to connect this with another component that you will see later, that is the threat risk assessor, that is able to indicate if the privacy is being violated in some way, or there's some kind of risk associated to the privacy. And because of this, we are able to generate new mitigation strategies or new policies that can be applied in order to try to cope with this kind of scenario. So it is not only about security, but also to privacy monitoring, so that we are able to check violations and adapt certain kind of reactions in that way. For the onboarding process I already mentioned, we follow quite significant work being carried out on the OpenSlice approach, with their, I was at their vision about how the specification and later the onboarding can be carried out on a deployment infrastructure in that sense. And with, as I said, trying to add or to extend basically the actual capabilities that they are providing with new elements, that the one that I already mentioned, like the privacy quantifier and this kind another solution. At the end, what happened here is that we are generating a connection of specification descriptors based on BNF and NSDs, etc., as you can see here on the detail, that are being used later by the security orchestrator, by the layer of the cognitive orchestration, in order to tag the information, generate an intent, and based on that intent later enforce it over the different domain based on a translation process that you will see later in that sense. So all these tools, as already mentioned, already has been integrated on the onboarding tools that we have, so that we can, for example, also connect this functionality with other tools that we already have, like the network-based moving target defense that can operate on top of OpenSlice, so that we can, in that sense, connect, as I already said, the service property with the following security orchestration capabilities. For the security orchestration, I think one of the interesting things that we already have done, this is an extension of some work that we already carry out in previous project, has been to create this kind of different layering on the process of translation. So we go from a high level specification, that is the intent in some sense, that is the one derived in this case by the specification being provided by the end user or the network provider, service provider, sorry, so that we are able to do some kind of analysis, for example, evaluate how these policies that have been derived from the specification can have some kind of inconsistencies or can have some kind of interaction with existing policy. So we do an analysis there, so to try to be sure that the policies that are going to be generated are consistent with the global definition of the system that are going to be used. And then the other element is that what you can see here is that we generate this kind of end-to-end security policy that is being taken by the security orchestrator, that then it is able to connect with the different domains. Here, just specify a domain like the edge, the core, the transport, or any other, so that in each of these domains, there's a new translation process, as you can see here, that is based on the different capabilities. So based on the capabilities that are available on that domain, we take the policy and we refine the policy by the local security orchestrator, so that we can understand how this policy can be enforced on that specific domain. Once this process is being done, finally comes the final enforcement action, that basically is the translation to the real final actuation that are going to happen over the different devices and nodes and different services that are going to be managed by the corresponding orchestrator in that sense. This process allows us to have several different kind of policies that we already have identified. For example, one of them is allow us, you will see later, to deploy based on the requirement being provided by the service request, some kind of monitoring process, for example, based on federated learning, so that we can deploy the different nodes, and we launch the process of monitoring and identify, using this kind of federated learning action, possible incidents or any kind of activity, abnormal activity that we can try to identify in that sense. Also, the orchestrator, take into account in this distribution, not only we already have some algorithms, in some of the paper you can see it, we already have some algorithms that try to optimize also how the distribution of the process over the different capabilities can be made based on some restrictions like quality of service, CPU, RAM, storage, and other stuff in that sense. The important thing, as I already mentioned, is that in this process, and again connecting to the idea of the privacy aspect, is we have tried to integrate the privacy on the different aspect, not only on the specification, but also in the way we are collecting information from what is happening on the infrastructure. So some of the enablers that we already have generated are privacy preserving, federated learning, anomaly detection assets or enablers that are being identified using different technologies and different learning approaches that we have evaluated in the context of the project. At the end, the important thing is how to integrate privacy-enhancing technologies like homomorphic, differential privacy, and so on different components, so that, because when we are talking about multi-domain, multi-stakeholders, one important aspect that we understand is that we need to be sure that the information that at the end can be shared between components or can be disclosed should be controlled in a more strict way in that sense. That example of that one is, for example, you can see here with this federated learning anomaly detection solution that we already have investigated in the context of the project, where we have been able to evaluate different technologies. We have identified different approaches that can be done depending on where this privacy preserving anomaly detection should be applied, if it is in the RAN, it is in the core, it is in the service layer, and so on. And we have different papers we have produced where basically we have identified what are the strategies that we can use in order to do. And basically the important thing is all the strategy about how to deploy this is something, is also a policy that it can be a part of the orchestration management based, again, linked to this requirement being provided by the end users when they do the specification of their services. When we are talking here about this specification, important thing is that at the end, the user is required certain security needs in that sense that that could maybe could imply that at the end, when we create the end-to-end, I would say, connection for the service provision, we should rely on the security capabilities, as already mentioned, that we can have on the different domain. And for doing that, we have worked on this concept of the network and security slicing, where we have been able to also demonstrate through the project that we are able to create a real end-to-end slicing, network security slicing for multi-tenant and multi-domain deployment that is being instantiated based on the security policy. So you can see here the translation that go from the security specification to the SSLA, and from there to a concrete policy that is being translated in the different domain in order to create a certain secure slicing based on the security specification that is being required. This, for example, is also is an approach that we have used in order to try to mitigate certain attacks. For example, to try to create a new slice where we can move certain traffic that we understand is having abnormal behavior, so that we can monitor it, or we can just reduce, for example, the bandwidth that is going to be used until we identify if there's a real abnormal behavior, or it is an exceptional situation that can happen in that sense. For doing that, important thing is, as already mentioned, is that in order to be reactive, in order to be able to do this kind of deployment strategy, as I already mentioned, we need to be able to monitor, as already said, with the deployment of federated learning nodes that are able to identify certain kind of abnormal behavior. But also, for example, in the case, and here you can see another example, we have tried to, through another component, we have tried to evaluate the trustworthiness of certain entities. So to understand if the behavior of the certain entities, for example, here you can see information about different nodes in the 5G infrastructure.
One more minute, Antonio.
Yep. I just finished it. Yes, thanks. So that we can have all this being able to identify, and based on this, try to create, based on certain trust management component, to generate, as you can see here, a decision through the decision engine to be able to generate a new orchestration process and so on. At the end, again, all these elements on the process are taken into account with certain privacy requirement linked to the specification, so that we can also guarantee, in that sense, either in the data processing, in the AI processing layer, for example, where we can do some kind of, as I said, in the federated learning, another certain kind of PET technology. At the end, we try to maintain basically the privacy requirement that we have. So with this, more or less, I have tried to give you very quickly an overview of the different phases. The important thing is that we can, as I said, just as a final conclusion, apart from that we have validated this on different use cases that are already going to be demonstrated on the final review, is that basically we covered a little bit the whole life cycle process. That is what was our intention. No? So we go to the specification, we go to the management part with the security orchestration, the enforcement, and finally the monitoring and definition of response and mitigation strategy based on the information that we are able to collect from the behavior that is happening of the different components. And that's all from my side. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Really interesting talk. If there's any questions, drop them in the chat. I'm sure Antonio can answer them. We'll swiftly move on to Schweib. So we have Dr. Schweib Siddiqui from the ITRIS 6G project, who's going to be presenting a presentation on dynamic and context-aware trust modeling. We'll pass the floor over to you, Schweib.
Thank you, Reyes. Let me share my screen. Okay. I believe you can see it in the presentation mode. Okay. Thanks, everyone. So in the next 20 minutes, I'll try to focus on one aspect of the ITRIS 6G project. Here, I'll try to explain how we are modeling trust in this project, what are the different approaches we have taken into this. My approach is to keep it very simple. There are multiple things we're doing in the project, but I also imagine that you will be hearing from a lot of the projects who are doing very great things. So, but I wanted to, have a focus message that, you can take home or have interesting questions. Okay. So, focusing on the trust, so the dilemma, the conundrum we face or we are envisioning for the 6G networks is that, of course, the original concept of having trust, for internal assumption, that is that there's an entity which is already authenticated once or is part of the network is, assumed to be trustworthy. This does not fly at all anymore, and especially in the distributed and heterogeneous environment that 6G is envisioned to be. And for that purpose, we have also heard about this zero trust principle. That is that in order to cope with this dynamic and distributed nature of 6G demands, the security model must be handled looking at threats from different points, and this could be arising either from misconfigurations or from sophisticated external attacks. So your attack might be coming from internal or from outside, and hence this is something that the zero trust principle tries to address. And this is exactly what we have embedded in our in this project's architecture. That is that we leverage on that we are going to verify even if one entity is already once authenticated, or even it's part of the system in itself, that does not mean that it will enjoy trust all the way, and or any new query that it generates. Sorry, I have some messages online. Probably these are questions from the previous one. So
Yeah, sure. Don't worry, just carry on.
okay, sorry. Okay, so here in the architecture again, so we're taking this assumption into account that, okay, even if there's a legit user authenticated, it does not grant that entity to be, have access to all the resources, or it or enjoys the same trust it has when it joined the network, and as the things progress. So you will see that the approach we had, how we have structurally, in placed different factors that must be taken into account when establishing the trust at the entry point, and then in the maintenance of this trust across the operations when the entity is inside the network, and how this trust is continuously evaluated, upgraded, downgraded, and then this information, how is it used as a decision maker for other components within the platform to take updated decisions on that. So this is in a nutshell, how we are trying to establish trust and consume trust for our decision making. Again, like at the bottom, as you see, one of the mission is design time assurance. So at the time, verifying compliance and supply chain integrity before deployment. This is like at the beginning, if we are assuming a service, right? And then at the runtime, we do this continuous trust evaluation, keeping in mind threat intelligence, and also like for having explainability, that is the different decisions or the way trust score is being computed, and then the decision made based on that, how it is done. So later on, so we have also more transparency into the decisions taken to facilitate the process. In a very nutshell, this is the whole architecture for the project. And like I said, my focus today is only on the static and dynamic trust assessment in the middle that you see. So I'm just going to briefly mention what are we doing in these layers, so that you understand how this trust assessment layer later interacts and shows the whole life cycle of the trust management we have in mind. Of course, on the top, for the collaborative threat intelligence, is coordinating trust evaluation and threat knowledge, across multiple tenants for mitigation. Then we have the policy administration. This is specify here. We have the intent-based security, and based on that, we generate the security policy, trust policy, and privacy policies. Okay, based on that, the system is having a reference point to either like take a decision if still compliant, not compliant, and then it goes into the automated responses. Static and dynamic trust assessment here, as you see, so we are considering both the initial phase where you have more static procedures to establish trust, and then more dynamic as if we go into the runtime in the platform. And I'll explain more detail in different components, subcomponents we have, and how they are interacting with each other to do their part. Of course, security orchestration, this is something which is needed, and nevertheless, when you have some decisions to either, drop, like if the trust is no more valid anymore, you need to revoke certain access, and this may impact a service. So all these, enforcement is done through the security orchestration. And of course, the infrastructure and network function. So a lot of agents from the like remote attestation or identity management, others, they are placed in the infrastructure as well to be enforcing the policies, and also providing information to the components so they can compute the trust or other chores they have to do. So very quickly, this is the main pieces of the puzzles we are considering in our platform. Now, zoom in a bit on the static and dynamic trust assessment. So you see what you see in the yellow box. I'm going to very briefly mention what this component is. And more interesting is when these all come together to establish and maintain or revoke trust later on. Okay. So as you see from the very left, the supply chain analyzer mainly focused on evaluating the software supply chain security. Here we are taking into account both at development build time and also deployment time artifacts are taken into account. Compliance checker is mainly checking the good practices, for example, ISO 27001 and others are. So when the software or this entity was developed or produced, if these is compliant with those security specifications or not. So these are the two checks mainly. We can also assign to the static that we are doing. Then comes which is the core, the AI trust evaluator. This is the one which is heavily facilitated with the AI, since it's consuming a lot of data, as you will see later I explain, and producing a trust score that is then used for decision making. So this is, you can imagine, as the core of our trust management. Remote attestation, this is more on like making sure that what we have in the infrastructure, mainly the Kubernetes pods and the systems, they are following particular ITF standards, relevant ITF standards. So this is one of the pieces of the puzzle. And then forensic analysis, again, these are correlations for how the trust was computed, then maintained or revoked or whatever, and then this information is fed to CTI and also back to the ATI, the AI trust evaluator, for future incidents if any. So it's kind of keeping a history of the trust for that particular entity. The identity provider here you see is mainly to authenticate. So that's like the first entry point. So we do, of course, that is needed anyway, right? That the first check of authentication, and also making sure that this entity has a particular authorization policy, is not able to, go hillbilly and, to be touching all the APIs. So it's following this. So this is what done by the identity provider. And the policy decision point, which it's mainly which evaluates the access request against authorization policy. So given a certain policy, if this person is allowed to do this procedure or not. And then all this logs and information that trust score produced, information is kept in this transparent evidence repository, so that later for explainability and for other forensic analysis, this could be made available. And we're working, this is tamper proof, the way we are storing this information. So all in all, these are the different components that will come together to make our trust management, our trust modeling in iTrust 6G. Now, here it is interesting, but how does it all start? Where do we start from, and how do we do all this? So you can imagine the very first conformity assessment. This is mainly what I mentioned, like the different components I explained briefly, that is related to the static evaluation, against certain security compliance standards. This is the compliance checker and the supply chain analyzer. These two are the main components which produce a baseline score for the entity. Let me also expand on the entity a little bit. In our platform, we are assuming entity could be a resource, virtual machines, infrastructure, could be as user, and an application or a service. So these three we're taking entities, and these entities will have trust scores. So we are establishing trust based on this. And you can imagine when a user using a particular service that is deployed on a particular infrastructure, the whole trust score could be combined just to indicate the level of confidence on the running service as well. Okay, so first conformity assessment, that's the baseline static evaluation we do. And then is the continuous evaluation. Here is where the AI trust evaluator, facilitated by the AI, does its magic, assessing trust by fusing multiple inputs. In the next slide, I show what different inputs it take into account for example, behavioral telemetry, remote attestation, and the threat intelligence. And it will, produce a particular score, a trust score. Based on that and checked against policy enforcement, we'll see, okay, if the policy was saying that trust score must be maintained at this level and it goes below that, hence, we move towards revocation, and the service orchestrator move towards doing this unless, so this evaluation is continuous. If for some mitigation action, once this happens and we go into, since there's another part that this project works on that is related to automated detection and response. This may help that, okay, in order to get back or recover the trust score, there will be certain mitigations done. And in case the trust is reevaluated again and it's okay, and then it will be established and the service may proceed. So this is, the way we put the trust score into operations, so to say. So it's not just we're computing trust scores for nothing. It does impact the continuity of the service or recovering the service back. Again, checking it against the policy that we have generated. And again, forensics feedback for improvement is the whole loop we do. Now, the whole, for the different components we have, as you can see, so first thing, establish the trust. I'm just mapping the different components we have in our architecture, which part they play in the whole life cycle of our trust. So at the beginning, when we're establishing trust, it's mainly, as you know, the compliance checking, the supply chain analysis, of course, authentication and identity management, and the remote attestation. So these are the main ingredients we do to establish initial trust. Then renewal, like the continuous evaluations or remote attestation framework is continuously checking is evaluating the attestation of the artifacts or in the infrastructure and feeding it to the AI trust evaluator, and that is checked against those policies that we have put down for that particular entity. So this is like renewing trust links as it goes on. And then, of course, based on the score, if the policy suggest, okay, it's going beyond, it's not complying with the policy it has, then there are orchestration and remediations actions that can be done. And for certain, again, based on the policy, if it has to be terminated, access control might be denied, for an analysis might be fetched with it, and the trust revaluation, it keeps checking. And the last is the accounting and auditing part, again on the accounting ledger, where we are storing those logs and a trust score that are generated in this. So this is like more or less how we are managing the whole trust lifecycle here. A little more zoom in on the AI trust evaluator that we have. So I said it was taking multiple inputs for its of this producing of the trust score. So again, from the supply chain analysis one, the compliance checker I already mentioned about, and the remote attestation from the infrastructure side. So we check the integrity of the software firmware at runtime. So this is more important that we are checking things. So at first time when you deploy the image, that is what you have, but we're also checking at the runtime, and hence the continuous evaluation makes sense for that. So if there's any changes or attacks or changes to it, we detect that and we accordingly react to it. And also this AI trust evaluator is taking input from the threat intelligence to see if there are new threats that are being fed and they may correlate with something going on in the service. This will also impact the trust scoring in a similar, and AI-driven behavior analysis I mentioned. So all these 5 different inputs the AI trust evaluator takes into to computing the score for the entity. Again, how does it once it take this input? So on the left side is the same thing, the different evidence it's collecting to produce a trust score, supply chain compliance analyzer, remote attestation engine, and this security telemetry from SIEM and information from foreign analysis, all this, and also the policy, the trust policies we have. And based on this, we have the trust score, other evidences fed to the TER, and this PDP in the end is going to make the call based on this, all this input. So as you see, it's quite wholesome. We do a comprehensive input to this AI trust evaluator for producing this score, and it's done in continuity. And of course, the policies are playing a main role over here. So all this trust score is checked again against that. So apart a bit away, as you know, a lot of projects are targeting this automated threat and response. It's a must-have in the platform for responding to the incidents. I'm not going to go in detail, just going to explain. So detection, we are using SIEM and our security threat detection classification modules. Risk assessment is done based on that. Remediation manager triggers and see if there are certain playbooks that could be used to mitigate those actions. And for enforcement, we are using our service orchestrator, but also here again, if there are no predefined playbooks available for a particular mitigation, we also go into this security programmability, we call it, that is to generate new security enablers that could mitigate that part. Here's an example where let's say a threat is detected, and based on the CTI platform input or the analyzer evaluator does its part. Let's say the trust reevaluation of security event serves as new input to this. Trust score affected service goes down or is downgraded. This is, it feeds, triggers the remediation. All right. So it feeds the remediation manager, which in turns, kicks in the risk assessment of the impact of this. And either we have a playbook that will help us mitigate this, or we go for a programmable security mechanism. That's another complete, whole work package, how this all is done. Like I said in the very beginning, my main part was to focus on the trust side of things and how it is made operational, throughout the service, initial part, operational side, and the runtime. In conclusion, so our approach is static to dynamic, mainly to curtail the different demands we envision in the 6G network. The main impact of our approach is that it will help in definitely the explainability, accountability. So it's not just whatever we are cooking inside, how we are developing trust and all that, but also provide explainability to it. And this also enables the cross-domain collaboration. So for CTI based, so this is another part we are doing, that the 2 domains are able to share these threat intelligence for to better coordinate defenses. And self-improving. So self-improving meaning that the part we have, the trust degrades if there are certain incidents happening, and immediate analysis and feedback to the CTI layer, and the whole thing kicks in for that. So I think this could the approach we have has this impact on this one. Well, this is a consortium we have led by Mir and myself as technical manager. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Clive. That was a really interesting talk. We will, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat. We'll move on now to the privateer project with privateer coordinator Georgios Gardikas here. If you want to take over and share your screen, we'll have the privateer enablers for privacy first security talk.
So good morning, Rhys. Good morning, Mir. Thank you both for bringing us all together and organizing this webinar. I don't know if you can see my screen already.
Yep, it's perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you all for attending today's webinar. I'm Georgios Gardikis, R&D Director at Space LS and the coordinator of the Privateer project. Similarly to other projects, to other phase 1 projects, Privateer is approaching its end. And it has been, the concept has been presented many times in many events. So today, since the webinar is quite long and includes presentations from many projects, I chose to focus on some specific results to make a bit more focused and more engaging than going through the entire technical approach of the project. Of course, we will start with some with an overview of what the project is about. So Privateer is about developing solutions for privacy-first security in beyond 5G networks. By studying, designing, and developing innovative security enablers. The final outcome of the project is what we call a security framework. That is the Privateer tools, the Privateer components, some of which will be presented today. They are loosely interconnected in an end-to-end solution, and which has been tested and validated in 5G plus use cases. So how do we achieve this privacy-first security? First of all, privacy-first security means strengthening the security of beyond 5G networks, but without privacy compromises. So how do we do this? We take some traditional security mechanisms and we enhance them to be a bit more security friendly. For example, we depart from traditional AI-driven security analytics and we decentralize them. That was a concept already presented by Antonio previously in Recordin. We decentralize them so that not all data are in the same place. And we also provide explainability so that the operator, we will see it later, is aware of how decisions are made. Orchestration of security services becomes privacy aware in the sense that service orchestration takes also into account privacy constraints of the service to be deployed. So it's not only about bandwidth, not about RTT and stuff like that, these technical KPIs, it's about also privacy constraints so that service orchestration can also take into account the trust of each domain. Infrastructure and service attestation, which is also a mechanism very well established in beyond 5G security solution, also becomes it becomes distributed, and the results of the attestation procedure is stored in a DLT, in a blockchain infrastructure, so that each component, either service or a node or network node, holds a verifiable credentials with the attestation results, which can be exposed in a privacy-preserving manner. And finally, CTI sharing, which is a very powerful tool for cybersecurity, but on the other side, as you know, presents numerous privacy constraints. We augmented it with searchable encryption so that specific attributes are exposed to specific selected stakeholders. So with this transposition of traditional security mechanisms to more privacy presenting alternatives, we achieve what we call the 360 privacy, in the sense that Privateer does not only care about the privacy of the end users, but also the other stakeholders of the 6G value chain, including the infrastructure providers, the edge providers, the neutral hosts, and also the service providers, the telcos. Now, this is the overall high-level functional architecture of what has been assembled as the Privateer solution. I won't go into details because I know that you are fed up with the complex block diagrams. What I will just highlight here is that you can see these four solutions: security analytics, CTI sharing, privacy-aware orchestration, and proof of transit, organized as independent pipelines, independent frameworks, which of course talk to each other, and but they can also operate independently, and they can also be exploited independently. In our solution, as you see, information exchange is done via blockchain infrastructure to ensure auditability. But a more simple solution can be exploited in a contained environment, such as a message bus or something simpler. By the way, if you need any further technical information to the slides I'm presenting, you see here that in each slide I have included a link to Zenodo, in which you can find the corresponding public report. We have released all our technical reports publicly in Zenodo. So you can look for, we invite you to visit the site, to follow the link and download the report, where you can find more information about what I'm presenting. Now, as you see, this is a quite complex framework with rather many pieces. I would like in today's presentation to focus just on a couple of results to make it a bit more concrete and more easy to follow. Starting with security analytics, which we augment with, they are decentralized, as I told you, in the sense that training, not inference is performed locally, but training is performed in a federated learning manner. And also AI results are explainable via something which you see, which we call the AI Explainer Hub. It provides many graphical representations showing to the user and visualizing how anomalies are being classified as such. Now, here you see how some parameters we derive, we ingest from the 5G infrastructure, contribute, such as retransmission rates or uplink, downlink bit rate, or total traffic volume, how they contribute to the decision, to the AI engine flagging a specific incident as anomaly. Again, as in every slide, I repeat that there's a pointing to the Zenodo, to the report, to the technical report on Zenodo detailing what you are seeing. Another aspect in Privateer, which I would say is not easily found in other projects, is the employment of hardware acceleration engines, and most specifically, not only GPU, but also FPGA engines at the edge for the acceleration of the security analytics mechanism. You see here some results from two FPGA platforms, in which you see how the FPGA solution, although of course it's more complex to use and engage, but you see here that it achieves much lower latency in inference. And most importantly, and this is where the actual value of FPGA comes into play, an impressive reduction in power consumption. So you see on the left the energy per inference comparison results, where the FPGA platforms perform much better than CPUs and GPUs. And putting this all together, here you can see the entire view of the security analytics pipeline. Is just, as I told you, is just one pillar of Privateer. We start on the left with the NWDAF client, which is a pipeline for ingesting data from NWDAF. We also employ a data anonymization pipeline, which can add some noise in the data so that privacy is better preserved, but without a significant effect on the end result. And on the right, you see the security analytics agent, which performs both the federated learning, the training, and also the inference. And at some nodes at the bottom right, this is accelerated by FPGAs, as I showed you earlier. The results of the security analytics and all incidents which are detected are posted to a MIST platform, which we use in this project for threat sharing. Now, another mechanism of the project is what we call the proof of transit, and it's actually one step further. It's an ordered proof of transit. Is a mechanism which verifies that the network packets have indeed followed the path they are supposed to follow, and they have gone through the nodes which they are supposed to traverse. So this is done using some extra headers in the packets and using some cryptographic mechanisms. Each node verifies that the path that has been followed so far from the packet is the intended one. We need the centralized controller for this, of course. That's why this mechanism is mostly for intra-domain operations. And in case of an eavesdropping attack, a man-in-the-middle attack, in which an evil node is inserted to eavesdrop some of the traffic, this is detected, and the controller decides to notify the infrastructure about the incident and also to drop the packets. Again, more details about this procedure you can find in the corresponding report. Another mechanism I would like to showcase today is the attestation, but not only the attestation, because it's very common in Privateer, since we are using accelerated edge nodes for security analytics. We also extend the attestation procedure to embrace this FPGA accelerated edge nodes. So we used some mechanism developed in the project, some innovative mechanism developed in the project to verify that the bit stream loaded in the FPGA has not been tampered with. So that's a user kernel. And we use some attestation and attestation server, of course, for this, which challenges the accelerated node with some requests. For this procedure, we also use the physically unclonable functions, the so-called puffs, so that each node has a unique key which has been created locally, in a sense that it relies on the inherent hardware characteristics, and it cannot be replicated across nodes. It cannot be copied and replicated across nodes. And the result is stored in the blockchain. So before closing, I would like to point you to a couple of results we have also publicly released in Zenodo. So apart from all technical project deliverables, which you are invited to visit and download, even from the first half of the early stages of the project, we did this work, which we also fed to the SNS community. We produced a white paper about security and privacy-related KPIs and KVIs for 6G. So we did a comprehensive, let's say, survey of the 6G security landscape, and we extracted possible KPIs and KPIs which are tied to the security and privacy operations. And the second result is a rich dataset, which I think could be valuable for your research. It's a dataset containing 5G radio and core metrics from a mix of traffic including both normal traffic and distributed denial of service attacks, both to the data plane and also the control plane. So it's also public on Zenodo and has also already many downloads, as you see. And this is one of the key open results of the project. The documentation is also quite thorough, so this will help you exploiting it if you wish. And this concludes my presentation for today. Thank you for attending, and we are here for more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgios. That was a really interesting talk. If there's any questions, please put them in the chat. But nothing come through so far, so we'll move on to the horse project from Professor Fabrizio Granelli. I believe the horse project had their final event yesterday, so let's have a look. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. No, we've still got nothing coming from you. Check your sound. A bit more. Your microphone, have you got the right microphone on?
Fabrizio, we cannot hear you.
Is it better now?
Yes,
Yes,
now
we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so no problem. Let me share again. Okay, good. So as I was telling, I don't go into the details of the project in general, so I will leave the slides for that. But just to tell which is the meaning of the acronym, HORSE means Holistic, Omnipresent, Resilient Services for Future 6G Wireless Computing Ecosystems. So as I told, we are in the end of this project. So the philosophy that we followed during these 3 years was to make 6G sustainable by improving security. So our general goal was to optimizing cybersecurity detection in terms of detecting attacks, predicting the attacks, and also mitigating them properly. And for this, we built a decentralized architecture that was capable of addressing different pipelines in order both to detect and to predict the attacks, because there are some attacks that, of course, need to be discovered before they happen. Otherwise, it's very difficult to answer to them. So So in general, what are the main challenges that we addressed? Even though there are multiple, we can underline mostly the resilience against cyber threats in general, so to make 6G more robust to security threats. And on the other side, to integrate AI in a proper scalable way so that it's useful and not providing too much overhead in the cybersecurity chain. The main components that we developed are those that you see here. So Mostly we focused on different AI and machine learning solutions in different steps that I will show you in a minute. We introduced the concept of network digital twins in two different applications. One is to predict the attacks, but also to evaluate the impact both of attacks as well as mitigation actions. Then we decided to leave enough control to the network manager and in general to humans in the loop, so that all the actions that are taken by the horse platform are filtered by policies in order to avoid to take actions that are against, for example, the business model of the company. And finally, we developed a system that is capable of operating in a multi-domain scenario. So the resulting scheme is quite complicated, but just to simplify the idea, I will go now in a little bit more into details, but those are the main components of the system. So we have specific modules for data acquisition and filtering of the data, including also, for example, anonymization of data. And then we have two parallel loops that are related to attack detection in the real context and attack prediction in the emulated context via network digital twins. And finally, we have a group of modules that define the recommendations, so they define mitigation actions and filter them with the policies. And then finally, we also develop specific tools for enabling the deployment of these mitigation actions in the most efficient way. So let me go briefly step by step and show you how we built our system. So that is the general architecture. This is the final version. Since in our project, we made two research and development loops, one in the first 18 months that defined the preliminary architecture, and the one that you see in the slide is our final architecture. Here you see different colors that define different functionalities. So all blue modules are related, for example, to the data pre-processing and acquisition. The red is for real context. The purple is for emulation, the emulation part. But I will go now into a little bit of the major functionalities at high level, so that you can understand which is our security loop. So starting from the acquisition, there are dedicated modules that perform actions to achieve central observability. And this means that we have different data sources and heterogeneous modules that we use for acquiring the data on traffic, on topology and state of the network that are filtered also via anonymization techniques. Then there is this pre-processing module that is used to harmonize everything. So, for example, synchronizing the different flows of data and also extract information in order to avoid transmitting too much data from one point from one module to the other. And then we have a centralized intelligence that is basically a sort of centralized database that contains the existing threats. So we have a description of the threats that we expect, but also it allows to be updated continuously as the system can evolve over time. And one important aspect that we have is that if there are new kind of attacks or anomalies, the architecture is capable of detecting some of them, of course. And if an anomaly is detected that is not classified as an existing threat, we have an AI and LLM module that is capable of extracting information and somehow defining the new threat so that it can become part of the database provided to the other module. Then, when we perform an implementation, so the deployment of our actions, we use the RTR module. That is a module that is capable of building an end-to-end chain of actions that are reliable, trustable, and resilient, depending on the knowledge of the end-to-end path across the system. And the key aspect to deploy our decided actions is the end-to-end orchestrator that is called end-to-end proactive secure connectivity manager. That is the one that in principle is capable of interacting with all the domains that are involved on the end-to-end path, and then it sends configuration commands to the domain orchestration connectors that are the one that translate the actions that we decided into specific actions for each of the domains, because domains can have different set of configurations, different implementations, and so on. So these domain orchestrator connectors have the job to translate the decisions into real actions and real configurations. We have also this compliance assessment module that is the one that checks the decisions against the policies. So it verifies if the decisions that are taken and the mitigation actions that are selected are compatible with our set of policies. And finally, probably one of the most innovative part of our work is the fact that we have this sandbox that includes two different digital twins. One is used for prediction and prevention. So one digital twin is continuously running in real time, and it tries to predict the emergence of strange, let's say, dangerous patterns in order to trigger a mitigation action before the attack will take place. And in this case, prevent the threat. The other digital twin is called impact analysis digital twin, and it is used by the trustable AI component, that is the one that makes decisions about mitigation actions, to select the most appropriate mitigation action. So in practice, this digital twin is used to perform what-if simulations on the real network, but in an emulated context, so that we don't impact on the network, and we are capable of selecting the most appropriate solution depending on the actual content. In parallel, in parallel, we have also the real context. So we have a machine learning approach that instead analyzes the real traffic in real time, and it can detect in real time the threats. The threats are described by this early modeling module. That is a functional module that provides to the other module, especially to the digital twins and the detection and mitigation engine that operates on the real data, all the information about the existing threats, and also it provides information about the existing mitigation actions that already are known. This is indeed the distributed trustable AI engine that is implemented in a federated learning, using a federated learning approach that is capable of interpreting the threats, confirming if the threats are really running on the system, and then providing information to the IBI. That is here. It's called. I skipped it. It's the intent-based interface that is the one that will decide which mitigation actions to trigger. Finally, this is where the final module that I wanted to introduce here is the policy and data governance module. This is a central authority that is used for data management, and it is the one that decides which kind of privacy constraints, quality of the data, and access requirements are used for the other modules to get the data from the shared threat database and from all the other databases in the system. So, and of course, as I mentioned before, we have this more, let's say, traditional, but still advanced module that performs threat detection and mitigation. This is based on machine learning, and it is trained with all the existing attacks in the database in order to detect them in a very short period. So that's briefly what we built. Just to give you an example, we defined several canonical workflows that are examples of pipelines in different situations. And for example, I can briefly present you what happens in the case of the prediction, that maybe it's a little bit more interesting. But in the slides that I will leave to Mir, you can find all of them. So let me skip just to the last example. This is the threat prediction. So of course I don't describe all of the messages, but just to tell you how we built the system and which is the pipeline that we expect. So we start from the infrastructure measurements. This means that we are continuously monitoring the infrastructure. And then what happens is that there are some configuration parts that are on the top, on the rectangle on the top, that is the preparation and pre-training of the system that are implemented offline, so they can be done at any time. Then, if you focus on the second rectangular part, then this is what happens in real time. So we continuously have data flowing from the infrastructure towards the sandbox, that is this component in the purple area. And the sandbox is capable of implementing threat prediction. So this is the first digital twin. And if a threat is predicted, sorry about that, there is a little bit of noise. Then if the threat is predicted, the digital twin will signal the potential existence of the attack with a given confidence level, so that the other modules will decide whether this detection is valid, and then before taking any action, they will interact with the second digital twin, that is the one that will perform some what-if simulations in order to understand how to counteract the attack. And then the important aspect is that the recommendation blocks will build one recommendation that will be consistent with the policy, and it will be, let's say, believed to be the best possible choice based on the feedback from the digital twin. This action will be then sent to the deployment modules that will implement the deployment, and they will monitor if the mitigation action was successful or not. If the mitigation action is not successful, the recommendation engine will provide and test other mitigation actions until we identify the most appropriate one, and we will learn in the recommendation modules. This will be stored in the knowledge database, which action was the most appropriate for that specific attack. In this way, we are capable of both addressing, let's say, well-known threats where the mitigation actions are mostly known, or at least the set of mitigation action is known, and also unexpected attacks in the sense that even if we are not clear about which kind of attack it is, we can use the digital twin for what-if scenarios in order to understand which might be ways to reduce the anomaly that we perceive in the network. So that's it from my side. I would like to thank you for your attention and sorry for the quality of the audio. But if you are interested in more details, please feel free to reach us in our website, or I can leave you my email is at the beginning. So this is my email. So feel free to reach me for any details or questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting talk. So right now we have a coffee break for 15 minutes, about extra 5 minutes. Thanks to the talk coming a little bit short there. But yeah, if we meet back at 11:40, we will carry on with the final 4 projects. Thank you very much. Yep, so we're coming up to the end of the coffee break now. We'll be having our next talk from Professor Xavier Massive, who is the technical manager of the MAIR project, and the talk will be on designing the security plane for 6G networks. So you'll have to go ahead and hear it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. So I hope you see my screen.
Yep, it's all good.
Great, thanks a lot. Thanks, Reese, for putting all together and for the opportunity to discuss on all the inputs. Let me try to introduce what the MAIR project is. It's a project that started in January, so we are less than close to the first year of the project. So we are still running this sort of theoretical approach for many ideas that should be brought in by the project. But basically, let me try to show you what the main ideas for the project are. So first, the main objective for the project is to provide this sort of reliable 6G services on top of the 6G infrastructure, and we plan to do it basically developing and designing and developing the concept of the security plane, right? So rather than going for something that is specifically customized to specific attacks, we are building a sort of open framework that is this security plane that is built on top of what we call security functions, such as, translating from the idea of or benefiting from the idea of these network functions design. So the idea is to create these sort of security functions that are, at the end of the day, as a set of or a programmable set of functions that should be designed on demand according to what the specific attack or specific incident is, right? This is for sure it's benefiting from what is already done in 5G, so it would be then easy for this transition, sorry. And then the other one is on the main contribution. So we have, say, two main contributions. The first is this set of enriched security functions that are building all together the security plane. And the second one is an extension of what Fabrizio was mentioned before on this pre-assessment framework using digital twins. That is this sort of pre-assessment ecosystem, but extending what we already did in HORSE. The idea here is to use not only an emulation scenario, but also a simulation and emulation and real infrastructure scenarios where we may test wherever that is running. So that's the main idea. So where do we deploy that? We all know that one of the, say, uncertainties that we have is that the 6G architecture is not, say, completely set in stone in the sense that it's an open and ongoing effort. So, but the idea in this case, in any case, is that the concept for this security plane is that it may manage wherever security components is to be or should be covered in any of the potential description of any of the potential layouts for what the 6G architecture should be, right? This is just an example of top of the X6, but it could be deployed to wherever block that requires security, because at the end of the day, we are softwareizing the solution, right? So the concept, I said before, the concept is based on defining the security function, the security plane that is built on top of security functions. But how do we do that? Traditionally, the idea that we are using, in cybersecurity in general, is that we are providing security solutions that are customized to any specific attack. So at the end of the day, we have different attacks with different solutions. It's difficult to have correlated version of this solution. It's difficult for them to share, to interoperate. So it's not easy. At the end of the day, they are somehow managed. They have CM, wherever, and this system is responsible for managing what the inputs and outputs would be. But it's not that kind of, say, interoperability, right? So moving behind that, the idea is to softwareize the concept, right? So the idea is to create something that is completely open, programmable, modular, adaptable. It can fit wherever we want, right? At the end of the day. So, and to do that, as I said before, we plan to deploy this set of security functions, but this set of security functions should be created from somewhere and from something. And this somewhere and something is what we call dots. And the paradigm is connecting the dots. At the end of the day, what we have is a set of dots that are defined as a set of security assets. This set of dots should be properly composed to generate security functions. And the security functions generate a set of security functions, repository of security functions that once orchestrated will generate the security plane or the different functionality or services that the security plane can offer to mitigate and to prevent attacks to happen, right? The other concept, as I said before, is that we are building this pre-assessment environment, right, where we may manage through a sandbox, we may manage how this impacts, as Fabrizio was mentioning before, how the impact is somehow managed, is somehow, ensured, right, or guaranteed that we are. At the end of the day, the idea is that we are not deploying something that could be even worse for the infrastructure, that keeping the attack itself, right? So that's the idea. Because look that, it's also clear that we cannot go for something that is reactive, right? That's why also one of the reasons for going for this probability aspect. We cannot go for something that is completely reactive because, we cannot wait the incident to happen. We must be proactive in the sense that we may try to estimate when an incident may happen and they try to fix a solution or try to provide a solution to prevent the attack to happen. And that's why this sandbox scenario is very useful. So the concept of dot security function is, conceptually could be sexy, but at the end of the day, we should look for how do we do that, right? In Mare, we start identifying dots in terms of, say, groups of dots, right? Clustering what a dot could be. And we identified just the starting point, 5 different sets, this assessment, performance, detection, CTI you see here. And we consider different, say, assets, security assets that could be dots that as you see here are also linked. Most of them are linked to specific partners that are in the consortium that can provide these tools. The idea is that we guarantee that wherever that we consider in the project that should be an asset could be provided by the project itself, right? So you should not rely on something external, except when we are using these tools for monitoring that we may use tools that are widely accepted and easy to run. That would be from the point of view of the dots. So what would be the security function? Security function is just a set of putting together these dots, playing with them, orchestrating, composing, combining, right, to create specific functions that can manage potential incidents that we may happen, right? And that's here, you may see a list of potential security functions that was written at the very beginning of the project that, of course, could be or would be extended and enriched within the project. Okay, the other point that is also different in Mare is that, we do not rely on real use cases because actually, we are also facing this problem in Horse that at the end of the day, we do not have a 6G infrastructure to deploy. So it's difficult to see how we may improve how this works if there is no 6G infrastructure behind. So rather than going on that direction of specific sectors, specific use cases for specific verticals, we decided to split the potential attacks into areas, thematic areas. And we identified these 5 thematic areas. The first on talking to or related to disaggregation, the second one on intelligence, the third one on resources, the fourth one on openness, and the fifth one on systems convergence. And for each one of the thematic area, we identified potential attacks that may come. And we end up with these 11 attacks that are described here. This would also help to identify what the 6G attack surface would be, because it's clear that as long as we are adopting new technologies, as long as we are adopting new components in the 6G architecture, new vulnerabilities will come up. So at the end of the day, it's difficult to find out what would be the real 6G, the real attack surface that any security provisioning solution should deal with, right? So what we propose is to generate these attacks as a specific attacks for each one of the thematic areas, and we end up defining these attacks, specific attacks, just for demonstration as well. So we built 11 POCs, each POC referring to the attacks that are listed in this table. At the end of the day, this is just a first pass. I'm not going to say for sure because I cannot say that, but most probably this list will be extended with additional additional attacks. So regarding the architecture is basically, I'm just going that very quick. The architecture is this one. This is a high-level description of the architecture. It's basically split into 3 blocks: abstraction, the core, and the interface. The abstraction is including 4 blocks, as you may see here. The first is trying to identify what would be the attacks that are potential attacks that are defined according to the vulnerabilities the system may have. Then responsive for telemetry, responsive for systems characterization and aggregation. That would be the information that would be delivered to the cybersecurity core. And the cybersecurity core is built on 2 sides. The first is what we call the SEPE, that is the security and privacy engine that is responsible for, including these 3 blocks that are described here, and is responsible for managing with the dots, is responsible for managing with the security functions, building them, and it's responsible for generating the orchestration that is needed to put the security to develop the security functions in the infrastructure to mitigate, to prevent the attack that is going to be protected or predicted or detected. At the end of the day, this separate component is delivering an action that is the recommendation that the SEPE delivers to the infrastructure, right? But as I said before, and this is something that is extended from the HORSE project, we are also providing this PASTE component that is the one that is responsible for running the pre-assessment and validation. And as Fabrizio was saying before, we also have these 2 focus. One that is on analyzing the impact an attack may have, and the second one that is analyzing the impact potential mitigation action or preventive action may have on the infrastructure, right? And we could do that theoretically, we may do that in a simulated or real infrastructure scenarios. And on top of that, we have the interface. The interface is the one that is, for sure, is just easing the interface with the system, and it's based on these different components. We start with this security SLA that is somehow defining the agreements regarding to security. Then we have the APIs, we have the dashboard, we have also the service repository, that is what we offer outside. And then we have also the IDN, the interface network manager, that will be the one that somehow facilitates integration with human and a more, complete understanding on what's here. But the point now, what we are now in the project, as I said before, it could be nice to use this concept of connecting the dots, and we have dots, we have security functions, but how do we do that, right? So the first point is, what's a dot? Because it could be whatever we want, right? So at the end of the day, we are defining, Mare is defining the word, so the dots. So we may say that a dot is whatever we want. So at the end of the day, a dot would be a security asset. So we must characterize, we must categorize, and we must catalog them, right? The second one is, if we are using security assets that are outside Mare, we do not create security assets. For sure, they should be compatible. So the question is, are all them mutually compatible? No way. So we should find out the way to make them to be compatible. So we may generate exposing APIs and to generate also some compatibility matrix. The other one, is there a fixed set of dots already set? Not at all. It's a continuous effort, and the Mare project should even open the door to third-party developers to create new dots that could be included in this repository of dots. Is there a dot connector? The same, not set. Are dots reachable? They are discoverable and consumable. How do we do that? This is not set. So what is Mare proposing? Mare is proposing a sort of registry that it's communicating with a RESTful API outside, so the different dots could be exposed to the security function composer. So this block could generate and could create the security function. And the second key question is, how do we compose security functions, right? So here is a first preliminary pass on that. The idea is that we start with a comprehensive repository. This knowledge base that is adding metadata on the security function to be composed. For example, I don't know if there is a dot that is not there, how do we may replace that dot in the case that we need it, or similar things like that, right? On the other hand, we have also the dot discovery that is related to what I mentioned before on the registry, that is responsible for knowing what the status of a dot should be. I mean, look that a dot could be a tool, could be Prometheus, or a dot could be a functionality of a well-known tool, right? So we should find out also how we manage that internally in the composition process, and how we define which is the status, in the sense of how this tool is deployed, how this tool is used, how this tool is empty, say, or it's available for other security functions to use as well, right? And then we have the dots linker, that would be the one that would create this say the composition of dots to create the security function, right? So, and that's the idea. So then finally, as a demo strategy, we are, as I said before, we have these 11 POCs. We are proposing a layout, a validation layout that is built on simulation, emulation, and real infrastructure. On simulation, we are using traditional, say, well-known and traditional, well-known simulator software. On emulation, we will leverage network digital twins. On real infrastructure, we have testbeds that are also provided by the consortium. So at the end of the day, what do we plan to have? What we plan to have is first to analyze the threat landscape, because I said before, I mean, the attack surface is something that is up and running, and it's not static, it's dynamic, it's not deterministic, it's completely open, as long as new technologies are being adopted by the 6G systems. So these new technologies for sure, and new, say, strategy on how to manage that will open the door to new vulnerabilities. So these new vulnerabilities will open the door also to new attacks and incidents. So we should find out the way to be more concrete on how we can manage this threat landscape. The second one is that security functions. I mean, this is something that could be quite useful, because we can go for a reactive approach and a proactive approach very easily. We can even manage non-known attacks that may happen, I mean, in the system, and we may create a specific, say, high-level security functions based on foundation models that can create a, say, by default, call it that way, by default security function that could be deployed in case that a new attack is popping up. Then we are creating this sort of pre-assessment environment that is an extension of what we did in Horse, and that it's analyzing the impact. It's analyzing the impact on the solution itself. It's analyzing the impact on the attack itself. It's also analyzing. It's also used for prediction. And then, of course, being that a security plane, so something that is completely abstract, is something that is completely softwareized, programmable, modular, open, dynamic. I mean, we can theoretically, as long as we have the right APIs or the right connectors, call it connectors, we can deploy this idea to any of the components that in the final 6G architecture would need to deploy security. Right? And that's it. Thank you very much. I mean, any question, please just contact me, or open to discuss. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Maybe that was a really interesting talk. Do you have any questions? Please put them in the chat, and Silvia will get to them. Yeah, so let's move on to the next presentation. That'll be from Danko Milanovic. This will be from the confidential 6G project. And yeah, take it away. If you're talking, we can't hear you. Oh, we've got you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, great. Okay, thanks. Hello, everyone. My name is Danko Milanovic. I am from Ultraviolet, one of the partners on the confidential 6G project. So for confidential 6G, the base of research are defined by 3 pillars. One is cryptography. Its cryptography part is mostly concerned on privacy enablers for distributed ledgers technology, secure multi-party computation, and so on. The second pillar is confidential computing, that is mostly based on trusted execution environments, and confidential networking, that is based on post-quantum secure network protocols. For today's presentation, I will be mostly talking about confidential computing. So this is the agenda for today. I will just like to briefly talk about trusted execution environments, or protection of data in use. So probably most of you are familiar with trusted execution environments. The main idea is to protect the data that is in RAM memory. So they are hardware-based techniques for securing sensitive data and algorithms that are inside the trusted execution environment, so that even the kernel or the hypervisor or even a malicious administrator of the system cannot see what is going on inside. So TEs also support a mechanism called attestation. So the attestation, the main idea behind attestation is to provide the users with a mean to see or to verify what is booted inside the trusted execution environment. So the user can verify the code and the algorithm that is running inside the TEE. For different implementations of TEEs, we have looked at AMD SCV SMP, so that is the VM-based TEE, meaning SCV SMP technology enables you to run an entire VM inside that TEE. We also looked at TDX, which is also VM-based TEE, SGX, and RISC-V CoVE. There are, of course, many other TEEs, even for also for ARM architecture and so on. For Cocos, or the tool that I will be talking to you today, we have focused on AMD SCV and Intel TDX. Even big cloud providers have enabled this technology, and they provide it in forms of containers and virtual machines. And Cocos supports Azure and GCP, meaning you can run our tool in those two cloud providers in their virtual machines. So that is in short what is TEEs. So TEEs enable us to protect data in use, and with that we can protect data in all three states. We can protect data in transit using TLS, in use using TEEs, and at rest using disk encryption, for example. So one of the fruits of our labor on confidential 6G is Cocos. And Cocos is a framework that enables users to create secure multi-party computation or to run secure multi-party computation within trusted execution environments. So it enables a bunch of users to send their data, to send an algorithm, and Cocos will take all of those data and an algorithm and run it inside a TEE. And when the algorithm is done running, or when the computation is done running, it will return the results of that computation. So while Cocos, or the name Cocos AI, is mostly used for AI, it can be essentially used to run any computation or any algorithm. For now, we support AMD SCV SMP and Intel TDX, and of course we support remote attestation so that the members of that secure multi-party computation can be sure what is going on inside that TEE. For the high-level architecture of our system, we can see, so that is this picture on the right. We have a bunch of components that are separated by this dash line in the middle. So, okay, because this is a large system, and right, users need to use this system. We have developed a cloud service, so that is this part on the left of this dashed line. So yeah, so we have developed a cloud service, so a layer where the user can effectively and easily use the whole system. So they can create organizations, They can define policies, authorization policies, and so on. They can also define the computation that will run inside the TEE. On the right side of the dashed line, that is essentially the main part of the caucus. So that is where we have the TE servers. For now, again, those are just SCV, SMP, and TDX. And on top of that, we have the manager. That is one component of caucus that will be that is able to start our CVMs or confidential VMs inside TEEs. And inside those CVMs, we will have the agent that will be responsible for running the entire computation. And we have the runtimes, which we will see later. So the last part I would like to mention is this attested TLS. So the agent needs to communicate directly with the client, and they communicate using TLS. And we have inserted the attestation into TLS, and so does the name attested TLS, right? So the agent and the client communicate using attested TLS, so the client can verify what is going on inside the CVM and use that secure channel to transport the algorithm, the data, and retrieve the results. So again, we have a bunch of components. We have the manager, we have the CVM or our HAL, hardware abstraction layer, the agent, the CLI that the client uses to communicate with the agent, and they communicating using attested TLS. So now I will briefly go into each component. So for the manager, the main focus of the manager is to orchestrate those CVMs, to boot the CVMs, to monitor their execution, and in case of some failure or CVM shuts down for some reason, the manager is responsible for recovering those CVMs. Another role for the manager is to retrieve the information on the hardware where the manager and the CVMs are running. Those information are needed for attestation verification, so that the client can see how, okay, my CVM is running on let's say SCV SMP, and okay, I can use this data to verify the hardware that the CVM is running on. For our CVM, this was a big problem for us. So for our CVM, we had to solve a problem how to attest the entire virtual machine. And for that, we opted for using in RAM virtual machines, meaning that our entire virtual machine is in RAM and thus protected by the TEE technology. So our minimal CVM contains basically only the Linux kernel, the RAM file system or initramfs, and the OpenVM firmware or OVMF. Using only that, and using only that, we can run entire workloads inside our CVM. Besides our two main components inside our RAM file system, we also have that component, the agent, that is responsible for running all computations, and we also have different runtimes, Python, Docker, and Wasm. We have also integrated secure boot into our whole stack, and only for SCV SMP, we have integrated a virtual TPM device into the CVM. So even that TPM device is also protected by the TE technology. For the agent, the agent is inside the CVM, and the agent is needed because the CVM is basically a black box. We cannot see what is inside it. So we need the agent in order to communicate with the outside world. And the agent is responsible, again, for running the entire computation. The agent also communicates with the CLI using attested TLS in order to retrieve the data, the algorithms, and return the results. The agent, in order to see what is going on, the agent also sends logs to the cloud. Now, in this picture on the right, as you can see, we have one component called the computation management that is part of the cloud layer that we have implemented. So the computation management component is used to define the computation manifest that is sent to the agent. So this manifest essentially holds information on all of the users that are part of this secure multi-party computation. That manifest, you can see an example of that manifest on the left. So this is only part of that manifest. So it's just a JSON file that has the ID, the name of the computation, and then in arrays, datasets, and algorithm and results consumer, we have the IDs of the providers, the name of the files that the agent will receive, the hashes of those files, so the agent can verify each dataset and each algorithm that it receives. And one of the important parts, each provider of the datasets and the algorithm and the result consumer is verified using public and private keys. So essentially, when the agent receives this manifest, he will receive alongside this manifest public keys of the datasets providers and the algorithm provider and the result consumer. And the users or these providers using the CLI, they use their private key in order to send their datasets and algorithm and to retrieve the results. So yeah, they use their private keys to identify themselves. For the CLI, in short, is used for communication with the agent. It also, again, supports attested TLS. It is the CLI is used to verify the attestation that is part of the TLS connection, so that the user of the CLI can verify the agent and the whole environment where the agent is running, or the TEE. And the last and one of the most important parts of the whole system is attested TLS. So we have already gone over what attested TLS or what the idea behind attested TLS is. So the idea is to verify the entire TEE where everything code and the algorithm is running, and thus provide the user with some trust that everything is configured correctly and that the user can send their data into this confidential environment. So here we can see how we implemented attested TLS. So essentially, we took the attestation report. So the agent fetches the attestation report from inside the CVM, and it embeds it into the TLS handshake. So when the CLI and the agent, they form the TLS connection, the attestation report is sent as part of the X509 certificate, and then the CLI verifies the certificate along with the attestation report. Again, the CLI on its side, it has the attestation policy. So the information that it fetched from the manager on the whole platform, and uses that information to verify the attestation report alongside measurements of the entire TEE, which again the CLI provides the tool, so the user can on his side calculate the measurement of the entire TEE or CVM. in order to measure the entire CVM, we have integrated for AMD. We have integrated the VTPM inside their CVM. So the AMD technology measures the VTPM and the OVMF, while the VTPM holds the measurement of the entire CVM of the Linux kernel and init RAMFS. For the Intel TDX technology, Intel TDX provides registers inside the trusted Intel TDX module, which have the same role as VTPM PCR registers. So for Intel, we have measured, or Intel measures the OVMF and then the entire CVM, meaning the Linux kernel and init RAMFS. Yeah, so in that way, the client can be sure, can calculate the whole measurement of the CVM and be sure what is running inside the CVM. So that is all for our caucus. If you want to read more about the details, you can go to the confidential 6G site, or you can ask them now. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. That's a great. So if there's no questions, then we'll move on to the next talk from Safe 6G. I believe we have a new speaker for this.
Hello, can you hear
go
me?
ahead. Yep, can hear you. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, we'll give the talk on Safe 6G, an AI-driven cognitive coordinator for intent trustworthiness in 6G networks.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Spiridon Georgoulas. I'm a research associate at NCSR Demokritos. Today, the presentation was initially planned to be done by Harilos Koumaras, who is the technical coordinator of the Safe 6G project, but unfortunately, he's attending a project final review, so I will do the presentation on his behalf. All right, so I will present to you the work that we do on the Safe 6G project, specifically for the cognitive coordinator. Our work here is to design a cognitive coordinator in order to map trustworthiness level based on the user intent. On the initial stages of the Safe 6G project, we try to do a literature review on trustworthiness, and what we identified is that the term trust is usually used interchangeably of the term trustworthiness. So what we try to do here in the project is we try to differentiate them and give a specific meaning to them. And when we talk about trust, we talk about an attitude that the user has towards a system. However, when we talk about trustworthiness, we talk about a system property that creates trust to the user. So you understand that our goal is to create a trustworthy system. In order, the more trustworthy a system is, the higher the trust will be on the part of the user. So now in order to achieve this user-centric and intent-based trustworthiness, we identified the need to have an intelligent component here in the middle that will be able to do this mapping. Here in the project, we call it the cognitive coordinator, and its job basically is to act as an intent handling mechanisms that comprehends, let's say, more abstract sentences and perform this mapping and calculation of the ideal goal state that the system has to be. It's responsible to make this transition from the 6G system into a trustworthy state. So a term that we often use is the level of trustworthiness. We try to combine everything in one metric from all the different components that we have in the project. And the level of trustworthiness, as I said, is the ideal goal state that the 6G system has to be based on the user intents collected from the user and realized by the different trust functions that we have, the different dimensions of trustworthiness that I will talk here on my next slide. An additional and final need that we identified is that a user, a tenant, if he or she understands what is happening on the system, his trust getting higher. So we try to perform explainability here on all the different components, the technical components of the project, because we want to provide to the user this explanation on what is happening, what actions are taken, and the different machine learning models that we have inside the whole framework, why they took the decision that they took. So we perform explainability and explainable AI in order to enhance, let's say, this trust of the user to our system. Okay, now about trustworthiness. When we talk about trustworthiness, we refer to a holistic approach that includes 5 different dimensions: safety, security, privacy, resilience, and reliability. What it is the ultimate goal here is to, with an intelligent way, to find the right balance between these different 5 dimensions, that it is based on the user's needs and will satisfy his intents. So this is the idea that I described, and here on the right is how we translate it into technical components and architecture. This is a, let's say, a not very detailed architecture of the project, because I wanted to give you the idea and not get lost in the technical details. But if you see, everything here starts from the user, the tenant, that has and wants to interact with the SafeCG framework. So for this interaction, he uses a chatbot. This is an LLM that it is responsible to discuss and communicate with the user in order to understand its intents and do this kind of classification. And after the chatbot work is done and is on a good level, then all of this information collected is transferred inside the SafeCG framework to the cognitive coordinator, to the trust functions that are responsible to take the actions on the 3 different planes that we have: the application plane, the 6G core, of course, and the edge cloud continuum, because we have a distributed architecture. Now getting into a bit more details of how the cognitive coordinator works. As you can see here, this is the communication with the chatbot that receives these high-level intents. Basically what it is that receives a number of sentences together with a classification performed by the chatbot on this sentence, where it is mapped, in which of the 5 trustworthiness dimensions. So the part of the cognitive coordinator is to use, we use here a BERT model with 5 different regression heads in order to quantify these needs of the user. So our first calculation, we call it the non-calibrated level of trustworthiness, because it is our first step towards defining exactly the right amount of each trust function that the user needs. Then this, through a message broker, is communicated to the different trust functions that try to give us a feedback on what they can provide, if they can meet this requirement from the user, or if they need some additional actions. Okay, now in order to have a more balanced calibration of the level of trustworthiness that we produce, we understand that a user may have requested, let's say on a session, may have requested many times for security and just a few times for privacy trust function. So we use this weighted average in order to give a bigger focus on the security that requires most and less one on the privacy. But in any case, we have to provide both. And now, closing a bit and finalizing on the calibrated level of trustworthiness, as we call it, we have this reasoning engine that you find here. And this reasoning engine has a couple of jobs. Let's say it has a knowledge base inside, of course, and through some reasoning and prolog files, it tries to, let's say, do 2 different tasks. The first one is based on some initial user profiling that we have to make sure that we do not overcome specific limits of trustworthiness that this user can request, because let's say we are on a digital factory twin and a worker wants a high level of trustworthiness, but this is not allowed from his organization. So we have this first level of capping here in order to make sure we are aligned with the most parts that we can. And the second and the most important thing, I think it is the conflict resolution that we have, because as I said, we have 5 different trust functions, 5 different dimensions, and each one of these performs specific actions on 3 planes: the service plane, the application, the edge cloud continuum, and the 6G core. What happens if, let's say, the 2 or 3 requested trust functions want to perform an action that is conflicted with each other? So we try to have this component in here to make sure that no conflicted actions will take place, and we have a level of prioritization with the goal, of course, to always provide the maximum level of trustworthiness to the user, but that the system can require. Okay, now closing a bit, we have published this work and it is available on Zenodo and IEEE online. I think one of the most difficult tasks that we had to do is to create the datasets that was used here in the BERT model, because there were not available datasets for this kind of regression that we want to do. So how we mitigated this, let's say, difficult situation was that we requested from the domain experts of our project, the responsible of each trust function, to provide, let's say, the label that we wanted for this task. So we have created this data set. It is available online on Zenodo, and anybody that wants can go have access to it. And we continuously throughout the project try to enhance it and provide more and more inputs. And lastly, on my last slides, we tried to do a validation of all this work that I showed you. So we more or less we compared our BERT model with a baseline. We followed all the machine learning, let's say, techniques that it is required for this, and we saw that we had a significant better results with the BERT model on all of the evaluation metrics, the mean average error, the root mean square error, the coefficient of determination, the R squared, and we also had a very stable training without overfitting. So this was good news, and this was also published this year. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. If you have questions, I would be happy to answer them here or in the chat later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving your talk. Very interesting. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we'll move on to the network talk from Dr. Evangelos Kopassilis. This is a talk on perspective in cybersecurity and resilience to 6G, from physical air security to AI-powered intrusion detection. This is on behalf of Antonio Lalas, as he's unfortunately unable to join us. You could share your screen. You could get going.
I will share my screen now.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, I will try.
Yep.
Okay. Can you see this PowerPoint?
Yeah, we can see the PowerPoint.
Okay. So, good morning from our side, from Thessaloniki. Thank you for this invitation, Reis, and your colleagues. It was a very interesting event. I'm Vangelis Kopsachilis. I'm working with Antonis Lalas, which is now on a flight and cannot present. We're both working at CERF. CERF is a large research organization in Thessaloniki, Greece. And Network is one of our projects. We are the leading organization in Network. It is a project submitted under call number 2, if I remember well. And it is now almost completed the second year of our project lifetime. So today we will show you some technologies we use to achieve security and resilience at the level of the physical access network. I mean the wireless realm. But let's have the entire picture first. This is an outline of the presentation today. No need to stay more here, since we will see the actual thing. So the concepts of network are based in the biology, which is strange for me at least. Network has a concept based on resilience through training, adaptations, and healing, if I can use this term, because our designs and the tools are learning from risky situations like cyber attacks. This knowledge is transmitted to other components in the protected network. So the whole network, by the time gains immunity, and also gains the capability to predict risky situations in the future, even before they will occur in some cases. So network is much more affected by this approach, and the overall objective is to create a solution which is first realistic in terms of financials, economic, I mean, aspects. Second, should be energy efficient, aiming to net zero performance for reasons that no need further explanations. It's a bio-inspired and artificial intelligence powered framework for cybersecurity and resilience. Resilience means the ability to come back after a crisis. So some key features of the project is that we are addressing cases with heterogeneous network. We try to cover the security needs from end to end, from the sensor to the cloud server. Of course, we have in mind the net zero objective, as I just said. Also, we would like to address, we aim to address cases where AI is weaponized to amplify the strength of attacks. So we are interested in such cases. Explainability is also a key concern of network, because since we are involving people, explainability is always a requirement. And another target is to have zero-touch management and operation, and achieve optimal service level agreements in regard of security. This is one of the main targets of the project also. Here is a view in our architecture. You can see in the top and the bottom two clouds, which represent 4 pilots we are planning to realize. And among them, among the two levels is the cloud layer, number 3 from the top, and also the orchestration and management level, which is it's a duty of network operators and entities like that. On the left, we can see the technologies we have involved in the project in 3 groups. The first one is about the orchestration. We want to have to achieve energy efficiency, attack resilience, and security in our orchestration schemes. The second group refers to radio access network. It's the physical layer. So we have risk configurations, which is configured intelligence surface. I will show you an example later. And real-time anti-jamming on the network, on the wireless network. And the last one, the Edge Core Cloud, is a lot of components with multiple technologies, like security as a service, intrusion detection backed by artificial intelligence, P4 network analytics, moving target defense, and etc. Today, due to the limited time we have, we will focus on the run, on our work on the run, because the time is not enough to cover the other aspects too. So let's see the pilots in network. There are four pilot cases. The first one is about reliability using slice management techniques in 6G. The second use case is anti-jamming for autonomous vehicles. Third one is focused on IoT security. And four is components that guarantee the viability of network under changing security conditions, if I can rephrase it well. We have four lab environments and four partners. CERN, for example, hosts the second use case of the AVs. As the majority of these projects, network is area, and there is no real large end user like EA actions. So the pilots will be will be tested in premises of technology partners, members of the consortium. These four pilot cases are further analyzed in sub-cases, and we have four pilots analyzed in 16 use cases. So the first one, for example, includes a use case on decentralized management orchestration, security as a service, green-based payload placement for energy efficiency, and so on. Similarly, the other pilots are analyzed in further experimentation and developments. For example, number 2, which is focused on autonomous vehicles, deals with anti-jamming technologies, AI-powered jamming detection and mitigation for every path, every type of path. Adaptation of modulation techniques for anti-jamming purposes and recovery after an attack. And also we have a very interesting case, 2.4, which deals with optimal exploitation of the frequency spectrum in 6G. An item with huge economic and strategic importance, as you know. In the IT realm, we have anomaly detection at the edge, AI-driven penetration testing, because IoT devices are able to communicate very well, but not able to detect attacks that requires increased power for calculation, and a typical IoT device may lack such power. So penetration testing is always a tool that may have importance. Decentralized security in systems and networks of IoT devices. And a few words about the last one. The last one includes all beautiful technologies that can be combined and create a framework for increased security. For example, security-aware placement monitoring. It's about when you will implement services according to the security conditions. Network slicing, advanced methods to empower the system against cyber attacks. Software-defined radio applications for many applications. Orchestration of microservices, which mainly are tested on telemetry situations. interesting case there. Moving target defense, and software control flow monitoring for denial of service detection. So the achievements of the consortium after the first 2 years almost is that we reached some technological developments. First one is secure by design federated orchestration. Orchestration of the cloud according to the principles of security at the design stage. Attack detection techniques with AI in the data plane. Intrusion detection based on large language models. Applications of moving target defense. Microservice profiling and telemetry for telemetry cases. And WASM, runtime tools that running on the physical layer, near the physical layer. Work package 4 of the project was dedicated to AI-powered components. The whole work package tries to create tools that can offer artificial intelligence as a security service. It's a lot of tools. You can see Gorgo. Gorgo was an ancient name. Gorgo is developed in Ceph. It's learning from those attacks. Attestation and monitoring frameworks are also a very interesting part of our job. Intrusion detection systems and mitigation tools based on AI again. Moving target defense, etc. The last one is has a special importance, the data management platform. This is a platform hosted in shared premises with the ambition to become a focal point for cyber threat intelligence repository. I mean, we will develop it to host data sets related to security experimentation. And we are inviting all projects in SNS JU calls and more. We are promoting this to Horizon projects dealing with security to put here their data sets related to cyber attacks, cyber defense, and all this. It will be an open resource, and we are very glad to have it. You can see here the front page and the address. You can access this asset and see what it has to offer. For the moment, it has only data sets used in network, but you are all invited to put here your valuable assets. And we have the ambition that this platform may become useful even after the completion of the project. Work package 5 of the project deals with scenarios of attack and defense in the wireless channel domain with the physical layer. Actually, we are working with radio access network. We use the public key generation system for wireless communication in a very flexible way. We used reconfigurable intelligence surface. This is the RIS, this acronym, to provide physical layer security. RIS is a game changer, as we can explain in 1 minute. The last achievements I would like to mention is our preparation for an interesting and productive pilot phase. We have, of course, extracted requirements, and KPIs have been formed according to these requirements. We have defined the evaluation steps as an evaluation strategy. We have defined the environments of testing in the 4 sites I have mentioned, one for each pilot. Infrastructure have been in place, ready for piloting, and we have also already trials in the 4 sites. So the piloting activities are have begun, and we are in the phase we have to evaluate the findings and go ahead to the second phase of developments in the last 12 months of the project. Here is a colorful figure which shows the challenges related to physical layer security in wireless environment, of course. The traditional and the new one. We can see on the left side legitimate users, which are black, hostile entities, which are red, a jammer, and a typical system of base stations that's transmitting everywhere. On the right, we have an indication of how the new tools can be used to improve the security performance of the network. We can see here public key generation for different cases. For example, the purple are different than the reds, so the reds communicate only with the reds, the purple with the purple. This is a typical measure of defense. And also we can see here the operation of the RIS systems, reconfigurable intelligent surfaces, which are systems with capability of beamforming, so they can locate and move the whole electromagnetic transmission towards a friendly antenna and cut the traffic for all hostile entities in the network. So we have a directional use of RF. And we can see here that these loops of transmission intensity that create separations in the space, which improves the security characteristics. So we deal with jamming attacks against vehicles, as I said before. Jamming attack is still a significant threat to 5G and 6G networks because it is easy to launch an attack from everywhere. And it's difficult to mitigate it in real time. We try to mitigate in real time in network. So jamming attack is well known. We have a normal transition. We have a jammer that interferes, and at the end, it destroys the communication at all. That's all. Today's jamming detection methods have some basic disadvantages. They lack universal effectiveness, for example. They are not effective against periodic and even more against reactive jamming. Reactive jamming, it's a smart jamming method where the intruder listens to the channel and according to what listens can adapt his jamming attack to have the maximum damage. So it's a difficult case. Periodic is, as the word implies, periodic, every morning, every night. But reactive is difficult. Also, there is another disadvantage because the detection models required labeled jamming data. That means the label says that this is under jamming, this is normal. And there is a lack of such data in general, especially a lack of jamming data. It's very difficult to find data, traffic on a network under jamming conditions. We try to overcome this obstacle. And another weakness is that there use different metrics in the evaluation phase. Here is our approach to jamming detection. It's in pilot 2. I show here the infrastructure. We have some beautiful photos. This pilot is focuses of anti-jamming for autonomous vehicles. Here you can see a vehicle we have here in Serth, in Thessaloniki. It's an all-terrain vehicle. It's electric with about 70 kilometers of autonomy. It bears any kind of sensor you can imagine, everything. It's on board. And we use it in several projects as a testing asset testing. Now for jamming, we use these devices.
One more minute.
What?
1 more minute, please.
1 more minute. Okay, sorry. I had until 1 o'clock. No. Okay, I will try. Here is the jammer, a handheld device with 2 kilometers range. And on the right, you can see a hardware platform which is open and highly configurable to implement any configuration in radio access networks. We use this in generic experimenting, let's say, hardware. Here are the devices in a room in Serth. Here is the directional antenna, a dynamic antenna we use for beamforming for these scenarios. I have to go very fast now. I thought I had 10 minutes, but so the jamming detection is activated as soon as the jamming is attacked, and the second step is to go into mitigation mode. Let me show you here, run very fast. Jasmine is the tool we have developed for anti-jamming in network. It has 2 modes of operation, the training phase and the operating phase. It's important to say that so far we have evaluated Jasmine under in the IEEE.2 11P protocol. 11P is a wireless protocol dedicated for vehicles with some specific features. Yes, again, the units. We use datasets which are available, public available in this site in Zenodo. There are in a numerical Python format for jamming and not jamming traffic. And here is the performance of the module that detects what is the used method of modulation under jamming. Is a tool that defines if the jam signal was initially BPSK, QM64 or QPSK. You can see that the precision is impressive, even under jamming attacks. And based on this knowledge, what is the modulation scheme? The anti-jamming is adapted to achieve optimal performance for this scheme. Here are some numbers that are also depicted in the matrix. In this development in Jasmine, as soon as we define the method, we are searching for outliers. Outlier signifies the presence of jamming. So let me show you some. This is the precision for jamming detection. It's almost 100%. And here is a video which I would like to show you. Is the transmission in 64 constellation modulation method, the receiver input, and the receiver signal. So far, there's no jamming. Jasmine predicts it's clear. Now it is detected that jamming is is now active. And let's go to the next one. Some few interesting diagrams. This is the algorithm we use to identify jamming. And if we identify jamming, we use the method to eliminate. Here you can see the performance. The green line is the signal before jamming. The black vertical line, the dashed one, indicates the time when jamming starts. We can see a dramatic degradation of quality is the red dots. But if we use the mitigation of Jasmine, we can have a restoration of the quality, not as the initial, but almost slightly below 0 dBs, which shows the performance of the algorithm. And here we can see examples of constellations and received signal with jamming and after mitigation for 2 points constellation, 4 points, 16 and 64, where the case is difficult, as you can see. But until 16, the jamming is very well cancelled. I'm approaching the end. The recursion intelligent surfaces have the possibility to change the angle of transmission. And this is used when we identify jamming. One of the features we identify is the angle of the attack. So we can readjust the resources of the network accordingly. So that was the presentation so far was covered the green ones, one of the part of network technologies. There is no time for the next one. I had also a demo for intrusion detection, but I will start.
We need to finish. Could you
Okay.
conclude, please? Because we need to finish on time.
If you are interested to find more details, there are the presence of project in the media, the web. Also, we can see details on how to reach the platform with the datasets. Here we can see the consortium, 15 partners from 10 countries. We are at your disposal for any further information or questions I would like to answer.
Thank you, Evangelos, for your detailed discussion there. As we're coming to the end now, I'd like to share my screen. Thank you everyone for listening. I'd like to open the floor up to any questions. We can open mics up if anyone's interested in asking any questions. If not, I will hand it back to Mia to close out our webinar.
I see here a comment from Spiros Georgoulas that SafeCG has considering interest in energy resource efficiency. So we can think about a joint event, Spiros, if you like, because the project seems sibling.
Yeah, that sounds like a
Okay.
good idea. Maybe connect together.
That would be a
and see what
great
we can
idea.
do
I think.
together.
Can you hear me, Rhys? Everyone?
Yeah, go ahead, Mia. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I think the idea would be to continue interactions. I understand Antonio in security working group is organizing another workshop for the next EU CNC, at least for the projects that are still not ended by next June. We'll participate in that workshop, but there are also other venues for interactions between projects as well. I do like to once more thank our distinguished speakers for very interesting discussions, very wide, and various topics have been touched on trust for 6G and trustworthiness for 6G. Many thanks. The presentations, as was mentioned by our presenters, are just a glimpse or teasers from our projects. You will be able to find much more information from our websites and from our deliverables. Don't hesitate to reach us if there is any questions. We would be happy to interact with the community. The slides will be shared. We will follow up with sharing the slides. And this will be announced as well on social media. The video recording also will be shared in our channels and will be available if anyone is interested to go through all or part of this. With this, I do like to thank everyone for participating this webinar. Thank you very much, and looking forward to further interactions and more interactions with all of you. Thank you very much, and have a good day and have a good weekend.
Thank you, Mir, Rhys. Thank you very much for the invitation. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.